We're live.
Okay,
And
so
yeah, so I was
okay,
learning a little bit about EC2, and I guess you know a lot about it, so that's kind of nice.
yes.
So I'm on basically what I did yesterday was I tried to do this pull request for something that worked locally, and then it failed on the pull request. It didn't build, and it gave me a good message. Do I have that still? Uh, on the Travis build, they gave me a great message. No source for Ruby 193545 provided with debugger source gem. So what I'm actually going to try to do is back down Ruby to 484 and see if that is going to fix the problem.
Okay, okay. Uh, by the way, what does Travis do?
Oh, Travis is it's hooks up with GitHub, and anytime that you make a commit, I mean, this is a simple view of it. When you make a commit to GitHub, it runs all your tests on this machine that it sets up here. You can see it's using. Let me zoom in here. Using worker Linux, blah blah blah, applying updates. So it starts a box, a blank box, and then you install what you need on it, like Ruby,
Uh-huh.
etc. And then at the end of it, all your tests hopefully run. Um,
Uh,
Unfortunately, and so it's a way that when people make a commit or when they make a pull request, they can see it runs a test automatically. So they call it continuous integration.
so only it will only do the pull uh, pull or push commits to GitHub uh, only if the Travis with no errors.
Well, you can definitely push, but for pull requests, let's see if I can get back to the pull request here. Um, it has this little green checkbox here where right now it says error, so that's why I'm investigating it. But if it's successful, let's see if we look at some of the other pull requests, which would be like so. Some of these you can see they have a green checkbox by it, and so that
Uh,
whoever is looking at these pull requests, considering whether or not they should, pull them in, um, they can know, or have a more confidence that it's going to work with the rest of the code, that it's not going to break anything if
mhm.
the tests are there.
So the traffic is maybe like a plugin for GitHub.
Yeah, yeah, you could think of it like a plugin for GitHub, exactly.
Okay.
And
So
so, like on the Travis, is it on the Travis page? Let's see if I go to my accounts. You can see here, like it has all my GitHub repos listed, and you can turn on the Travis for your different repos or turn it off. By default, it's off, so you have to make the effort to go turn it on. Um, and then
uh,
there's all kinds of configuration stuff too that you can do about when it would run or
Travis. Okay.
yeah.
So Travis is also a website I can sign in.
Right, right. And then you can hook it, and it'll ask you for your GitHub information, and it'll get all of your repos and
Oh, oh, it's really
yeah.
good,
So
I
it's
think.
it's definitely a good tool. You know, uh, some other companies use things, other products like Jenkins is a real popular one for continuous integration. It's like a Java world kind of server, as far as I know.
Okay. So traffic. So the traffic is a plugin, but not in. But it's not the. It's not Dream in Rails, right?
Right. It is. It's actually also a gem in Rails, just
Yes.
because they have some command line tools
Oh, okay.
that you use for like encrypting your secure keys, things like that. And then there's also an old package called Travis, which is totally something else. It's like a trajectory computing, uh, algorithm or
Oh,
something.
okay. I see. It's really cool thing.
Yeah, definitely neat and lets you do all kinds of stuff in a public way, uh,
Yes.
which is great.
Okay. So today our goal is to upgrade the EC2.
Well, I'm trying to just do. I did a test on my local, like on a micro instance, because I was just trying all different things, and I wanted to get something that would work. And I wanted to be able to blow away the box and get a new one whenever every time. And so I started on my local, and then I added a change to the gem file, but on master, on rag master, I don't believe that there was um, a Travis file set up. So here's rag. Oh, there is a Travis file. Oh, okay. So it says 193. So that's great. So then all I have to do is there's my modified Travis file. I've already changed it. If I do cat y or y, you can see I changed it to P484, more specific version of
Oh,
RVM.
yes.
So
Is in the gem file the lock
this is in the Travis file. Uh,
Travis file. Okay.
yeah, I should look in the gem file. That let's see. So let me get out of here. X. If I go back to the gem file, then you can see it doesn't have Rails in here or a Ruby spec
Yes.
in at least in master, Uh, so cancel. Okay, so then got those, and I wanted to do a pull request. Is that right? Oh, get cool.
Pull pull request not. Okay.
I want to actually add to that other pull request, which is
Okay.
hopefully I'm on the right branch here. Yep. Okay. So get add get. Uh, of what did I do? Oh, commit minus M. Gotcha.
Okay. So
Gosh, having trouble typing this morning. Got a bunch of mail
so
underneath my keyboard.
I thought you drank too much.
That too. Uh,
You paste the wrong link in the chat room.
oh, really?
Uh,
Oh, that.
yeah, in the Scrum.
Expensive gift for your coworkers. You could buy them a cane. Git push origin deploy. And then Sam hopefully will show up in like another 15 minutes or what did I do?
Sam will join this hangout.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, what? Oh, that's right. Push, not origin, push Paul. And then so that will go, that's off to GitHub. Now when you look in GitHub, we can, oops, we can actually see this thing working here. So if I go to SASBook RAG, pull requests, and look at this thing, you can see now it's turned yellow. It says pending, and here's actually a bigger flag down the bottom. This or this.
Yeah.
This
Is your pull request just right now?
yep. Yeah. So just since it used to have that
Hmm.
black X, but ever since I went and did that push onto the same branch, it if the branch is still open, it will add on to that pull request.
But it said the commit date is 10 hours ago.
That was the original one.
Uh-huh.
And that, when I referenced it, this one is the one right down here. A
Uh,
little confusing because they have these messages
yes, you have
mixed
the
in with the
messages
commits. Yeah.
just just now the traffic test, but the commit it shows 10 hours ago. So you mean the
That was the comment was 10 hours ago, but the commit that I just made was just seconds ago. Yeah, that's the one
so
down
the
here.
pull request will you can do pull request automatically, right? When you push commits to your repo.
Yeah, if you have an open pull request and you push to that branch, it will just add to that pull request.
Uh,
So
oh,
it'll restart the build and try again.
I still can understand. Yeah, when I push to my origin master, it's not show any pull request.
Right, you have to set it up. For one thing, you need a Travis file, and that .travis.yml.
Oh, it is Travis do that.
Right.
Oh, okay, I
Yeah.
see.
Exactly.
Oh, Travis.
So yeah, Travis is the build system that kind of runs uh, on hooks based off your GitHub commits or pushes, or they have different policies for public versus private repos too.
Okay.
So you can see it started to roll finally, and it looks like it is installing 484, so that's good.
So the command the the terminal on your page now is running on where is it running?
This is the Travis web page.
Yes.
Um,
So they provide a platform to automatic run the.
yeah, exactly. It's similar to
Oh,
Heroku or the other.
oh, okay, similar to Heroku.
Right, where
I
they have a bunch
understand.
of these boxes in the
Yes.
cloud. Here, I guess that they say powered by Blue Box, which is a different
Okay.
company. Maybe they're behind Heroku too. I don't know, but some service, and you can see all the other builds that are going on in the area, like at around this time. Marion Mosley, local support, 26 seconds ago.
Yes.
It's funny. Meet me on Travis. So that's kind of neat. Seems like it's going and doing the install, but will it get past debugger is the question. It's on diff. And I gotta run to the bathroom, but I'll be right back.
Okay. Uh, so the Travis. So I can set my my repo to on and off to enable the Travis
Oh,
function, right?
sorry. This thing just blew up again. No source
Alright.
for. Okay.
Okay, still no source for
Still
forever.
blowing up. I don't know what's going on. I mean, we can. It's funny because if I do,
Debug.
hmm,
Maybe you can do it need to use debug definitely.
I mean, ideally we would get it completely out of the project, because it's not for deployment. That's not why you have debugger. Uh, you know, and in the most recent code, in fact, we do, like on the develop branch, we do have everything removed. But this is the master branch because we're still using master branch, and we haven't merged in. We've been pretty bad about merging in our develop branch into the master. So this is some old stuff, and we're trying to figure out how to keep it working. And it does work. I mean, like I can get it to work no problem uh, on this big instance that we set up here, uh, or like in RAG here. Either one of these, if I do bundle install, has no problem. There's see, let's see, what do they say about debugger? Yeah, so here, debugger core source 123, no problem. Zentest 410. Then when I look over here, Zentest 410, boom. So I don't know what to make of this exactly, but we need to get onto develop at some point.
Right.
But I don't know if there's a process of getting there or if it just has to be a big chunk of time where, you invest in gaining confidence somehow.
So in traffic, it doesn't confine the have it doesn't there is some constraints of Ruby version, right?
You can change, yeah, whatever. It's just basically like a blank Ubuntu machine, and
Okay.
you can install some
Um,
version of Ruby or any libraries. It's
mm,
it's basically similar to Vagrant also, where you have this the Travis file. It acts like a script, um, and sometimes they're kind of more elaborate. Like if you look at the website one Travis file, let's see, that would be Agile Ventures. I'm sure this one's going to be more extensive. So you can see, yeah, theirs is pretty long.
mm,
And it does all
uh,
they do all kinds of stuff. You can see like notifications down here. They have these API keys that you can provide encrypted, so that you can use an API key and put it in public, uh, and still not worry about it, just since it's encrypted.
okay, no.
And it's so similar to encrypting your Heroku key as well. You know, let's see what else. Although you don't encrypt your Heroku key, do you? I forget. What else do they have here? I don't know. Setting up the database, etc. Change Ruby version to 2.1.1 in Travis. So they're on a much more advanced program. I guess what I can do is add the gem file lock, not just the gem file, right?
Yes.
Wait, or did I? I forget. What did I add in the original pull request? Oh, it was the lock. Okay. So that's really mysterious. It's like, why does it work in one place and not in another? You know? Darn. I was really hoping this would work. So I also had a pull request for HW, which did the same thing pretty much. HW, wonder if that one worked. Okay, that one did work. Oh. So the one that didn't work. What am I looking at? I'm looking at the wrong thing. Where is it? So what about if we look on one of these? Nano Travis. And then before. Oh, gem. Maybe if I install the Ruby Racer first.
Hey, Paul, I have question about GitHub.
Okay.
Okay. Since I want to update to the upstream develop, and you can see my terminal. I don't have origin master, right? Git branch dash
Yeah, so
VM.
just do remote minus V. I mean, I always check that and just see what I have there.
Yes, this is my repo,
Okay.
but in GitHub I can see I see that I have a master. I don't know why.
I think master is one that comes with all of them.
Of them, what that?
Master is on every repo.
Oh, okay, it's on every repo, but
Yeah.
why I can see the master in my origin master?
I'm not sure what the question is. You're trying to see something?
No, you can see the red line, red words.
Oh.
So okay, basically I I think I basically should have origin master, but I don't have it.
Hmm. Maybe it's if you do get branch minus A. Just
Upstream.
just regular master. Okay. It could be. So if you pull, let's see, and you do have master on yours probably too. So if you pull, yeah. Oh, it needs a yeah space. Yeah. You can undo that merge too if you want, so you don't have to go fix those.
Undo the merge. How?
I believe it is git merge minus minus reset or git reset minus minus merge. I forget one of the, or you can do git merge abort. I think actually that may be the one you want to do because you're partway through merge. So yeah, you want to abort then rather than then undo. Let's see git merge. Or you could always do, git reset hard or something.
I'm now in the master, so
Yeah, then you can probably just reset hard if you want. Or, I mean, we never really do any work on master, so you can delete if you want.
okay.
Oh,
This merge is origin.
Okay, pushed. And back on the...
Okay, so
GitHub. Okay, so if I go look at the pull request again.
okay, after I doing the reset dash hard, but I still encounter the merge conflict.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I guess I gotta look it up. It's
And I see the git log. I don't have any of my commits.
it looks. Did you try? Let me put this in the chat here. Does it still say they're not merged?
Merge upstream master.
Maybe. I mean, the README is probably not that bad. You can choose to check out a specific version and then just commit that, right? Very exciting. Sorry, I'm distracted by this. Oh, it's Autograder examples. Gotcha. Got it?
You mean the debugger bundle install debugger is no problem now?
It may be. I'm starting a new build. You can see on the screen here. It just hasn't really started up yet. It's just waiting to start, kind of. Oh, there it goes, finally. It's really slow, man. Travis is, during busy periods, it's slow at least. I think the whole build for Autograders takes like 15 minutes. It's ridiculous. Part of that is because we have so many bundle installs. A lot of libraries. On private repositories, you can set up caching, Travis caching, where it holds on to a lot of your items, actually stores them on Amazon S3, and then pulls them down. But you can only do it on private repos, and most of our stuff's public. Here we go. Very exciting. Come on, baby. Ah, didn't work. And the complaint is what?
Also, in the Autograder example, master branch doesn't support vagrant.
Um, it seems like master branch has pretty much just been left to stay the same. You know,
What stay the same?
like they never
Oh, okay.
update master basically, and hopefully we're gonna either update it or figure
Okay.
out how to just because we haven't been merging things in, so now it's going to be a big job, or we might just be tempted to switch develop to being the new master, which is kind of a bad project practice, but it's going to be tempting. Let's see, so what was I reading about that?
Sync folder. Hey Paul,
Yo.
I have a question about Vagrant
Okay.
in Autograders example. In the Vagrant file line 10,
Okay.
config.vm.sync folder. What does this line mean?
That is a shared folder that is on your host and also available in the VM.
My
So,
host. So my host, I should have Autograders examples in my host.
well, I mean, it's kind of complex for you since you're on EC2, right?
Okay, so I can change the.
You can
No,
just probably.
running the Vagrant. I'm not using EC2. Yes, I run my host machine,
Oh, okay.
so I can change it to.
I
Right?
think I don't know if it has to be a relative path or it might have to be an absolute path. I'm not sure. But yeah, I would just say look up what those vagrant file options are. But
Okay.
so that would be if to get to AutoGrader examples shared code between your host and your
Local
uh,
machine, right?
virtual machine, right?
Right.
That would
Right.
be use
Okay.
SSH into the virtual
And
machine
and
CD to.
and the way and in the Vagrant file, it decides it is sync under the root directory and the home autograder example.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it has dot. I mean, that must be some kind of mapping. Uh, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but I know what the second argument means.
Okay, let me Google it.
Yeah, I think a lot of times people will have it mapped rather than to the root. They'll have it on their home folder.
Okay.
Oh, by default, it's already shared. Okay.
Vim sync folder on the host machine.
Directory on the host machine.
To share the folder within the guest machine. Absolute path. Oh, okay, I understand.
Right. So it could be
Okay,
squiggly. It could be your home folder. It could be wherever. But also there's a default one that's always provided apparently under /vagrant. So
yes, so I can, in, yes, I can see autograder in the virtual machine's root directory.
right. So now you could get your Ruby mine out and you can start working on your host,
Yes,
and then just go to the Vagrant machine to run the tests. To run the console tests,
yes.
that type of thing.
Keep the host clean.
And also, I mean, it keeps the Vagrant file is under the same um, uh,
Environment for everybody.
Yeah, it's also under the version control with all the other files that it should be under version control with.
Yes.
And it's also, I mean, we keep thinking of different advantages, but it's got a lot of good things about it. Very easy to tear it down and put it back up there. Although EC2 is pretty fast at starting their instances. That's nice. Let's see, where was I here? Sassbook rag.
There.
Nope. Darn. $374.
Hello?
Hey.
Okay.
right back. How's it going, Joseph?
I update the branches to upstream. So
Gotcha.
yes. Hi Paul.
Yo, yo.
If I want to uh, 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 create a new feature, then add new feature by creating a new branch, which original branch should I be forked?
Usually we fork off of develop. That's where like the active stuff is going on, but I mean it depends where where you want your code to end up. But yeah, normally off of develop.
Oh, okay. So new feature will be forked by develop and merge it to develop 2.
Right.
And developer will merge to some at some time will some actual time point will merge back to master. Yes.
That's the theory. Yeah, I hope it happens.
Okay. So developer is what I should be from. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So Sam said he's going to try to do some deploy in about 5 minutes. So that should be exciting. Get to see what happens on the EC2 instance as far as deployment. We should probably start a new hangout for that, just so the movie is short. Hello.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
I'm just getting into the hangout, and yeah, I just step away. I'll be back with you momentarily. All right.
No, but I mean for the Feb 4. Yeah. And we'd have to announce March forward. We'd have to announce Warner Yard. That's confirmed. Warner Yard is that office co-working space in Farringdon, which is 10 minutes away from me. And every student from now on are going to get a card for Warner Yard, so they have 24/7 access to their co-working space. Yeah, they're slow moving.
You got the secret one? The secret's great.
Hey guys.
Yo.
Yo, so sorry, that went on a bit long with John. Actually, we had a very good code review session.
Awesome.
Managed to find some. I managed to mutation test and break his tests. Or at least, of course, the mutation testing is like when the tests don't fail, is the break. Okay, so that's under control. So, Paul, is the staging grader, the staging box on EC2, is that now working?
Well, I left it on master, so that's a little strange for me because every other time we've been deploying, it's been for beta sassiers, and it's always. Is that in your background or is that in Joseph's?
I think it's my background.
Okay.
I'm in the maker's office.
Gotcha. No problem.
It's good. I'm just enjoying that. I just had
they'll come
Joseph
down.
likes your hat. So I put all the links into the chat there as far as get SSHing into the box or whatever.
Right, which I think only you can do. I mean.
Oh, really? Huh. I thought you were doing that too yesterday.
Oh
but...
no, I mean, as in, no, I can do it as well. But I mean, Joseph can't do it at the moment.
Right.
So I'm just looking now for. Okay. Yeah, that was the production box.
Oh, you want to share your screen?
Yeah, I do. I want to share my screen.
That is a nice hat.
Well, it's a Japanese golfing hat, as these things go. Okay. There was in the chat. What on earth is going on here? That just like been pinging until like, oh my goodness, what on earth is that? Ugh, goodness me, this has been my own ping in the background. That's awful. No. Okay.
But anyways, yeah. Let's see. I think I may still be in there actually in my
Yeah, I mean I've
big instance.
partly. Okay.
So, I mean, they're not actually hooked up together, but
I'm gonna open a new one here. So I've got
tests run in RAG fine. There's no, on master branch, there's no tests in the HW, as far as I remember.
Okay. I think let's have so let's see where we are. So we've got RAG in master. Okay. So we've got both of these on master. Okay. But so in principle,
Same as in France, it's very strange.
like bundle exec rspec will now run here.
In RAG? Sorry, I should look on your screen, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you recording?
I am. Yep.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Yeah. So that's running. Okay. So at least, yeah, that's. Oh, that's a way off my mind. So
yeah, and do the cubes too. Definitely, they work too.
This is master for RAG, and we actually have some.
You're right. It's
okay,
before
yeah.
we moved them to the features.
Okay.
The ones that have heard of both will always call me and ask me to defend why.
So that's okay. So have we got the install process for this is now documented where?
It's basically all I did was put in a pull request to do bundle, or excuse me, to do bundle update -- source zen test.
Yeah.
And then what I was going to do is put the gem lock files in pull request, right?
I'm looking. Can you see? I'm looking here at the list of.
Oh yeah, yep. They're linked to in the chat there. Sorry, but that one that says Travis testing there. Yeah.
Well, the one that's for the homework. At the moment, let's just focus on RAG.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But so.
You can see I'm trying to get it to build still. But it works.
Right.
Obviously, you can see that it works fine on.
But which is the like? So is this the? We've got a change here that just on the Travis.yaml, but like somewhere I'm like something changed in order for RAG to work on master in this Ubuntu 14.04, right? Like the Ubuntu.
It could be the Ruby gems. It could be the Ruby itself. It could be, the fact that I think what was probably the case before,
right.
What usually happens with the semantic versioning is people put really restrictive definition, and I think probably that was causing the problems with updating Zentest before, and now when I was able to update Zentest, it had no problem because probably somebody went back in and fixed that.
Right. Understood. But so this is the file that we currently have that I was using to try and install on 14.04, and did not work. And so, is there a pull request in that shows the updates to this file that are needed to install the grader? Do you know what I mean?
I did not put it in here because I was going to put it in the gem file lock, and then it would be a step that we would add in here just for a few days before we potentially accepted the gem file lock. But I can see why you might want it in there at least as a comment.
Well, I think what I would love to do now, I would love to do this. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess what I would love to do now is create a new production grade. Oh, somebody's.
Right, blow away with the one that's there, and
yeah.
And I repeated it several times on a micro instance that I set up.
I mean, I think the situation that we're in is we're quite time constrained, and so
right.
It might well be that gem file lock is the way to go. But I guess what I want to be able to do in the first instance is run through this. But so
is basically after the clone of RAG.
I mean, it's basically it's like this, and after you go into RAG, you need to do a single command here to do what? I mean that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I can put it in. Do you want me to do it?
well, I mean, like I guess that information about what you did.
Oh yeah.
Is that stored somewhere?
It is, but it's not. It's not in that pull request right there yet.
Right, or is it? It's just in your memory at the moment.
I have it written down, and it's in the Skype.
So if I look at Autograders, there was so this. But so part of my concern is we made a number of different changes. So what I want is to get a precise script that will do the
I would say just cut that and put it on line 13, and that will be the script.
Okay, all right. But we don't need to make changes to the gem version or other things.
Correct.
Okay. So in principle, then.
In fact, I was using 222 explicitly.
And so.
Maybe it'd be good to write that down still, just for posterity.
I'm just trying to work out. Okay, so the develop doesn't have any changes to that. I'm just thinking about. I think I branched the Spring 2004. I'm not sure where I branched that from.
Oh, I can do it here.
No. Well, don't worry about doing it. I'm trying to work out here. If I'm in Spring 2004, I have 257 commits. Spring 2004, I'm going to develop. I think so. Sarsbook RAG, the develop and the master are the same. Oh, it says this commit is 5 commits ahead and 5 commits behind master. That's kind of bizarre. As is Spring 2014. Okay, so I think Spring 2014 must have been a clone of the develop thing.
Okay.
And I guess at this point I'm unsure if we want to be on the master, if we want to be on Spring 2014. I guess I've got a question mark in my head about what's the appropriate deploy protocol in all this.
Right. I mean, how do you feel about how it's been going with beta sassers?
Not sure what you mean.
You mean the process there? I mean, pretty much we were using develop.
When you say beta sources, I mean there's a beta sources group. You mean the people that are submitting pull requests to develop? I think that's
when
fine.
You're doing the deployment. How do you feel about that process, right?
Well, I mean, I think what it is at the moment is I feel like what we've got like what's on master at the moment is kind of what's in production in this production grader, the existing production grader that we've been running for a while, and I feel like actually that's kind of a release. Do you know what I mean? I feel like actually that's a release branch. It's kind of a legacy grader that we may need to continue to support, And so I guess what I'm nervous about is, I mean, the process that I'm using on local support, and I think they're using on website 1 and whatever, is that we're basically, we're not really worrying about doing releases that we have to support. There's basically only one instance, right? There's only ever one version of the code base that's running.
Okay.
And so, whenever we have some new changes, that's, we have feature branches, and then we merge those feature branches through develop to staging to production, and it's live. And that's, we don't have a situation where we're kind of like, we have an old version of the system is running somewhere else, and we have to like make changes to that to fix it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, that's very handy.
But so in this case, we have the situation, for example, we've got the production grader that's still running, and we're in the process of like deploying a new thing. So it seems to me like, yeah, I'm not sure what role master, but well, I guess in order to keep, what it feels like is, what I should maybe do immediately is if we're in, that's rag there, I don't want to do that from, it seems like if I'm in Sourcebook rag here, which I've got in spring 2014, what I should really be doing is if I git checkout master here, right, and I do git full origin master, it's quite a bit small, and what I should do here is I should do git checkout -b and say full 2013, right, and then do git push origin full 2013, and so in principle, full 2013 is, that's our kind of release branch for that old grader. I mean, I guess we'd be tempted to push that, move that grader onto full to the 2015. I guess, actually, sensibly, maybe what I would have done, what I would more sensibly have done, perhaps, and I shall now do in retrospect, is if I go into, so this is the production grader, and what I should do here is if I go into rag there and I do git status, see, I think I made some changes there to do one thing else. But what I should do here is I should do git checkout -b full 2013, and then I should do git push origin full 2013. Oops. Like so. Okay, so I think they're identical. So right now we have the production system is on full 2013. So in principle, we could start merging into develop changes, and we could carry on if we need to make release fixes to this full 2013. We can do it there. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm confused. But is this the okay? So this is now the staging grader here that we happen to have on master. I guess the question here is like, yeah, I think, yeah, what we want to go from is, if we go back over to here and we think about that install, like we know that master won't install on the latest version of Ubuntu unless we have this change in here, which is, you're saying at this point, before we do bundle install here, we have to do bundle update source Zentest?
We can try bundle install before, but it actually takes the place of bundle install.
So doing this means
it does the update on that one, and then it does install on everything else.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. And which version of Zentest is this? This then installs the latest version of Zentest.
It's like 0.9.
Whatever. Yeah. No. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, in principle, and now, if I go over here and we look at let's go there and so in principle we could then have we've got running instances. I want to be able to like clone an instance, but now, so what I've done is we've now got that's stopped. I guess we shouldn't have done staging queue. Okay, so let's.
There is create one like this instance under
Oh, is there?
actions. Yeah.
Actions. I'm not seeing that immediately. I mean, I can launch more like this.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
I don't know if they'll charge you more. No.
No.
Delete your old one first, or
I don't think so. I mean, I think they're just we're creating an additional one there. Okay. Security group. We've got SSH, which we need. Okay. So let's launch that. Yeah. Okay. Launch instance. Okay. View instances and which is that's a pending one there. So this one. We're gonna have that hitting a different queue, and we're gonna call that production. Okay. All right, and that's up fast. Goodness me. Okay. So so that's the public DNS. So that's a remote. This is.
It still does say initializing there. So.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna just nano config. I'm gonna add in here. So I'm gonna now have host AW/edX, and I'll just call that Spring 14. Host name. And user Ubuntu, and I've got to pop my identity file. Okay, and so in principle, from here I can now do SSH AWS edX Spring 14, and that is our new production grader. That's our new production grader that. Oh, we might want to point to. Okay, and we're in there, and so then we can supposedly kick off from this script, right?
Yep. Curl is already installed.
Is it?
Yep.
So in that case, we could remove that from here, couldn't we?
Could from here. I mean. There's differences, between the different build platforms, but I mean, it'll be obvious if you try to curl and it says not installed.
Sorry, say that again?
It'll be obvious if it's needs to be installed.
Right. Yeah.
Dog.
Okay. Okay. So anyway, trying to get this down to the absolute minimum that it needs to be.
Sam, are we trying to do the upgrade to Ubuntu 14
Yeah, so this is a Ubuntu 14.04 box.
So okay, so you just start a new EC2 machine for Ubuntu 14 and try to
Exactly.
do the reg. All the EC2 instances belong to individual, right?
Say again?
All the EC2 instances are for personal.
I'm not sure what that means. All of the EC2 instances are Berkeley's EC2 instances.
Berkeley, so everyone can access.
No, not everyone can access. I mean, you have to have permissions to access.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Paul's been involved. I mean, Paul's done so much work on the graders, and demonstrated going above and beyond the Call of Duty that I've now given him SSH access to the staging grader, and which he's making good use of. And if you're, if you continue to be involved and doing good work, then ultimately, I could give you access as well.
Okay, I see.
But in principle, now particularly if you're doing it in a vagrant environment, then you're getting very, very close to the environment that the graders are running in.
We actually use EC2 quite a bit.
You do?
Yeah, Joseph was on it.
Oh, right. Okay, cool.
So I was able to install these, I shouldn't distract, but the pull request that I had to update the gem file lock, I can get it to pass if I downgrade Ruby and include some old headers for debugger. So, but the headers are just missing for debugger now. I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Travis is another issue for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so but the other thing I noticed is while that's going, we're deploying the new production grader.
Yeah.
This, I think, is the staging grader. So if we now go into the homework here, what can I do? I can do. Is there any kind of tests that I can run here?
I do not think so. I mean,
I can do my checkable solutions, which who knows what the hell that does. But so this is the homeworks. There is on master.
Right.
Right, but I think I don't know that even on the production grader, if we're in the homeworks on master anymore. Okay, which I think will help me manage this thing. But if we go into so no, it is on master. Okay. And I think what I've done here is that I've pulled in a couple of additional commits on top of it, rather than the entire thing. So specifically these things that we'd identified with the beta sources group that were
oh yeah, they're just those two commits because I recognize that other as being the latest.
I mean that was that was my key thing, like going nuts before the weekend or sort of over the weekend, was like, oh god, I really don't want to have the same round of issues about sum2m being inconsistent and ambiguous, and 0 is a model of 4 in this MOOC. Given that they came up in the last MOOC and the beta sources brought them up, there is no way we're going along going live with a new course and not having addressed those issues.
Do you want to just do a pull request for those two into master, or?
I guess the thing is, I wasn't at the moment. What I haven't got is the problem is, I guess they could be pulled into master. If I branch off now here, I guess what I sensibly do here is if I do git checkout -b and I do here full 2013 and I push that git push origin full 2013, then I will end up with those in that full 2013 branch, and we'll have the this grader will be on that. We'll have basically a release branch for full 2013, both for the homeworks and for RAG.
Hey.
Oops. But yes, I mean the motivation for giving access to these things is not so much that I'm sure Joseph is perfectly capable of managing EC2. It's more that it's not managing EC2 that so much it's like carefully managing what happens on the graders themselves, which are being relied upon by potentially very large numbers of students. So kind of like we need to be cautious in terms of how much access we give to people. Not that people would intentionally do anything wrong. It's just that we need to carefully. There's a danger of two people doing the same thing, or somebody doing something experimentally, or what have you, and just
not realizing which box you're on. I mean,
right? Absolutely, it's easily, and I do it, and so on. Anyway, so that's the full 2013. So I mean, in principle, what we could do is, I'm just trying to think what the I guess my intention was the first question order of the day was, could we get the master version of the system running on 14.04? And the answer seems to be, very much thanks to Paul, is that we can. And so we could.
I've now come full circle.
I guess the other right, but so the other question that's what we don't know is although the basic tests here are passing, what is completely unknown at the moment is whether from 1404 we can do the complete round trip to from user doing something in a through edX and coming through the queues and coming back and delivering the complete solution. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And that's the thing that we have to check manually. I guess. So it looks like there we've installed the Ruby. So then we need to do this source operation. And then we need to do this. And I kind of, I guess I'm still have to move on to the stuff we're back to a while. What we should be doing, I guess, in the background is, so that's, I'll work out what these things are. That's the main full 2013. This is the new production grader that we're installing. And I think I should just close down the other ones that I'm just like, okay, let's just get rid of all of those. Let's get rid of that for the minute.
We could check everything out, to develop and run the tests that way, and then check everything back out to master.
Yeah, although I think whether develop works or not at the moment is less important than checking,
right?
Like whether master works. I mean, in fact, actually on here, this is the staging grader that I'm on here, which we've got locked to. It seems like if I do get fetch origin here. Like sensibly, I guess, so this should ensure that we're get fetch origin. Ooh, oops. Okay. So this is telling us we've got the same code on the staging. What we don't have, what we don't have at the moment on here is a running grader, and I think what we also don't have is if we go like we don't have the configuration file set up, so you know, running the grader will just like fail completely there.
Yeah.
So what I need to do, and I'll do that on a different screen because we don't want to expose the passwords and things to the recording, is if I go. So
I can put this screen on.
No. It's no. Leave it on that because I'll bring other things up. If I do more config, so what do we have? Autograders. Yeah, there's two parts of it. There's one is the whole. Oh, jeepers.
There's the XML file. I remember we set that up for Autograder or examples, right?
Yeah, and I'm also realizing that we are going to need to move. I think I don't have any kind of deadline set on the homework 0. Oh my goodness. More conf.yaml. So there's two YAML files that we need to create. And there's, so I'm just, I've got to get this set up correctly here. So I'm going to copy over the configuration. The danger here is that copying from one box, I mean, what would be nice is some sort of, oh goodness me, this gives me butterflies in my tummy. Okay, so I think I put the conf in the staging grader, and now, so it's the conf thing that needs to be, okay, so I've got the conf, so what we've now got is we need config autograders, which doesn't exist on this file, and so what we need to do here, I think, see, it would be nice if this would be automated to some extent, but I'm not sure what we really want to kind of do. So if I take the entire grader thing here.
Yeah. That's from production to.
So this is from production to. This is from production to the. I think I believe this is it's from production full to 2013 into staging.
Right.
And so. Have I gone through and I've deleted all of the individual due dates for these things?
I mean, there's one at the very top, right above grace period.
No, there is. I think what I've done is like basically, in order to allow people to carry on using the grader, is I just basically pushed this to some arbitrary point in the future, because this grader potentially continues supporting the old class, and edX wants it open and available for just ongoing generally. But so now what I've said is, okay, so this queue here is what's going to be there. So I need to, it's very important that the queues are separate, because otherwise they start interfering with each other. So I can get rid of, at least, this was like custom stuff for the UNCC class. So, okay, so this assign 0 part 1, part 2, I mean, I feel like it doesn't need to be full 2003 anyway, but we've got some endpoints there, at least for the homeworks, parts 1, 2, and 3. And what it needs is it needs to have a, I need to, oh, goodness me. I mean, actually, I don't know. Well, I guess we can experiment with the due dates later. It's not necessarily the case that we need, in order to do this testing, we don't need the due dates to be in there precisely. But so this will potentially set up for this queue to be handling those things. Oh my goodness, what webs we weave. Okay, so I think, see, in principle there, that's now set up to run a grader. It's like if we do screen, I do history on here. Yeah, see this, I've done this before to try and tell that to have the, I don't know why we've lost, maybe I just couldn't get it working. Anyway, don't get sidetracked with that.
Sometimes escaping an echo blows it for you, but I see how.
Yeah, I think let's not. I can't get sidetracked on that. Would be useful, but I can't get, what I need is, I mean, I guess what I'm unclear about in here is how far we've got through the sequence of things that are in the install process on here. I mean, like we haven't done these things. I think I went on and I did this to give us the screen, but we can see that by. So if I do screen -R here. See,
did you put a screen file in the repo, actually?
Yes,
didn't you?
I did. So, I mean, here, I think, see, what I don't know is, see, if I do screen -R here, that's rejoin existing session, there's no screen to be resumed. And this is like the running grader. I just need to put the Control Z and put that in the background and just do history. So this is the thing that actually runs the grader like that. If I now do foreground like that, like so I think if I just do screen here, is it Control D to get out of screen? Let me more. No, okay. What's that command to get the screen? It's copy. Like I'm going to do copy dot screen rc to dot screen rc. I thought I'd done that already, but anyway. So now if I do screen, okay, then we get something I'm more used to. And in principle, that can run. Okay, and we're just getting some sort of error there. And that's usually to do with undefined method each pair for a 4. Okay. So here I can kind of do config autograders. Okay, but this is, I always do this. It ends up that line wraps, and so it can't handle that. Okay, and we have a grader running. Assignment 1, part 7 not found.
Right, so some path or something is.
Well, what the hell is that?
URI.
So that's assign 1 part 7.
Is that because the URIs had ... in them?
No, that should. That's strange. Like, is it looking for? That's weird. It's loading the specification. It's saying like assign 1 part 1 not found. I'm kind of, and I can't go up in there. I guess we can, like, it's. I mean, those are not specified in the Autograders YAML spec there. Why would it be looking for those? Oh. Oh, I know what it is. I think there are things that are outstanding on this Berkeley queue.
Okay.
Right, like this is being used. Like it's not supposed to be active at the moment, but if we look at, for example, if we look at, I know what's happening.
People are submitting.
No, in the past, I think in the past people have like if we look here, like this grader here
Yeah.
that was used in the Berkeley and the MOOC and so on was pulling off this queue, right? I think there are places where people, like in older versions of the class, can still submit to this
Right.
through Berkeley or through like the summer from 2013 or something. And so actually what's happening here when we run this is that it's going to the queue and it's looking through and it's not, I think it's not an error with our it's not an error with our system here. It's that there are things that were assign 1 plus 2 from the Berkeley MOOC and for the old thing, which is just saying it doesn't know how to deal with.
Right. It's like print jobs for a printer that's no longer there or something.
Yeah, exactly. And so actually, see, and it sort of pulled those off, and that's done. And there was a few of them, and I think if somebody had like previously submitted those some time ago, and they will now get like if they're lucky, errors in there
Right.
in their view. But I think anyway. So we've now got that running from P1, and so in principle, what we could do now. Goodness me, it's so convoluted. It drives me insane. And anyway, this is this is like serious legacy duty, guys. But so now, if we go to studio edX.org, what we can do is we can go to the current class, and we can go into test submission homework 0 for staging, and I believe I've checked all of these as working against the new grader. But so here we go. So what would happen now, in order to submit against this, so I can now potentially drop out of the screen environment, which I think is Control D, and then if I do more config autograders.yaml, yeah, it's assigned 0 part 1, so that hasn't changed. But the name of the queue is this, and so I have to come in here and pop that on there and save it, and then go to view, do I want to preview or replace it with the draft, and view the live version. And so in principle, I could then, so this is like, I'd previously tested this against the, what have you, against the production thing, I guess the older staging one. If I submit the solution to this one, then in principle, if we go in here and we do screen -R, it will, if we're lucky, respond if all the config is correct. And I guess that's sort of, so this is the first time that we're doing end-to-end on 1404. And I'm just trying to think about, is there anything? And oh, yes, yes! But what a beautiful sight!
Lock down the internet. Let's call it a day.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so that at least has the. So we have a staging grader that can. Okay, right. Anyway, is everybody following?
So somewhere, well, you go and you find that queue name somewhere, and then you paste it somewhere else.
Yes, that's
and you have to watch out for the line wrapping in that one file. There's only the Autograder XML or YML file, right? You did not have to make an XML file?
No, so basically the XML files are here. So this
that's
is
part of Studio?
Yeah, so we've got Studio here.
Right.
And so basically what I'm doing is I'm editing this is what I added to Studio here. I'm so flying this by the seat of my pants. The graders is such a crazy. Anyway, but so If we now have, John's asking a question. Oh my goodness. I didn't know how to ask that right now. But so this is, I've got, so far we've only released this stuff here.
Right.
I've got these, test submission models here. But so what I've now done is I've switched these to point to a different queue, right? And we've set it up. We set up the config on our staging grader to pull from that queue. So if we do part 2,
and then you did that part about you did part of the stuff off screen, right? Where you were setting.
I would set the conf/conf.yaml, and what that does is that is all of the login parameters for the autograder to talk to the edX queues, and basically go and say, right, have you got any submissions from some students?
Right. So it's like an API key or
right. API key, and it's like HTTPS, this, that, and the other, and so on. And also that's supposed to be being upgraded, but the old one still seems to be working. And I'm kind of like, anyway. So look, we've got all 3 of those passing, so that's
lovely.
But what's frustrating is we don't have any kind of end-to-end tests. Like, it's just a manual. Anytime we make any changes, ultimately this is the test. That at least what I've done here is I've put them on the same page so that you can, test them.
Yeah.
So what if we go back to, I guess now the other one. So we've done that Ruby racer. So.
Hello, Rob. On the meeting.
And then so
very direct.
Okay, so what we're hoping is that this process. Okay. There we go. Ooh.
So somebody finally fixed their ref spec or whatever that was breaking before.
Oh, did they? Oh, cool.
How I'd always say that about, Zentest. Ref spec, oh no. Or gem spec or something. Versions.
This has got that excuse. I don't have an
That's what I was
excuse.
going to say.
And I can say I'm Belgian and I'm very direct. Nobody knows
Okay.
that. Like,
Yeah, no, because of Belgium.
But so.
And so this is blowing up on Travis, this part here with debugger 162.
Oh yeah.
I have no idea why.
Can we even look at the can we look at the oh, my finger's on going strange. Can you paste a link to the actual failing Travis build? Just so I can just go there. So I can see the Travis errors.
Yep. And I'm trying to find one that's recent.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to step away momentarily. I'll be back. Yeah.
Exciting, huh?
Yes, Sam silenced its microphone.
I'm like, man, you better write some of this stuff down, but he films or he records everything, so I guess that's kind of the same. Plus, he's been through it a number of times, so.
Yes. Okay, I have seen Sam's show about Berkeley Q, right? The homework Q to edX.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, it's not the entire. I mean, a little bit of it is still a mystery because, the connection actually he didn't want to show the information on the screen.
Oh.
So he doesn't have the API key showing, but he showed a lot of the configuration. It looks like he just is copying his old config file, and then changes the name of the queue.
Yes.
I'm not sure where you get the name of the queue, but maybe they're just this, standard or. So, and then he also showed that command to start the grader, which was pretty interesting because it was just like a loop. It was just like while, do while true, autograder, go for it. Grade, keep grading.
What's that?
Oh, just that command that you had for starting the autograder, or start, right? Where did you run that, or where is it running? Or I mean, obviously it's on staging, right? Or
yeah, I mean this command here, which basically runs the it does the runAlex client.rb in a permanent loop. I ran that in the screen instance on staging. So this is the screen there where that ran, and it's continuing to run.
And what is screen exactly? So I should just look it up, but
so screen is basically, it's like Tmux. It's I think it's slightly older than Tmux, and it's slightly less well supported, but it's like the original, screens for prompts like this. And I actually know how to use it slightly more than Tmux, but I guess I was introduced to it at one point during my master's in computer science, and in a programming languages course, and I've become more familiar with it as a function of working on the graders.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it looks like we've finished that install there. You were pasting me the link to the failing thing on Travis. I guess before I look at that, I should come in here and so this is, I guess, the moment of truth. Here is, I mean, it's interesting. So this is the run with timeout that was failing for me. But so this then works as a function of the. Okay, so that's beautiful, beautiful, fantastic, cool. I'm so glad that you're in this journey with me. I don't know what I do. Okay, but so the failing
of service.
Absolutely. Well, and I mean, I put something anyway, but there. So it's failing to install the right. It's basically an error while installing debugger. On which version of Ruby are we on here? It's
that one's 5.45, and if I took it all the way back to 3.47, then it would pass.
Right. But so we're on 5.45 here, and the debugger installed okay.
Yeah, it's strange. So I don't know if that's a difference between EC2 and Travis, or it's these header files. So it very well might be that.
I mean, I'm not following what we mean by header file. I mean, here this is telling us we're locked to debugger 1.6.2.
There's this project that they have that supplies the native connecting header files, I guess is what they are.
Okay.
that's what they're always talking about, and I'm not really a C programmer, but
the header files is in C header files, right? But so why would Travis be pulling up different header files than EC2?
That I cannot say. I mean, maybe they have. Let's see. So.
But I'm not sure. Where are you getting the information about the header files are the looking at this? It's just, all it's telling me is. Could not create make for. We've got this error. You Googled this error, and and people are saying, it's like the appropriate header files are not available.
Right. So I haven't done like real research or anything, obviously, but
no, sure. I'm just. But that's where we are with that.
So there's this project. Let me get it through on GitHub. It's debugger Ruby core source. And this is where I guess they maintain all of their C header files because debugger, unfortunately, doesn't come with them all. So that last link there in the chat there is to that another gem.
Okay, but I mean, I think for me at this stage, since we don't have completely comprehensive tests, right? Yep. Whether Travis is failing or not is less important to me than whether the manual tests of these things work or not. So I kind of, I would like Travis to be our friend, but I guess I can't.
We'll get it there. Yeah, we'll get it there.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I can't, I think for what my mission now in the next 10 minutes is to get the production grader up. I mean, I guess am I going to have to switch people over to the, I think that's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to switch people over to the new grader on Homework 0 in order to apply the At least I think sensibly that's what I'll do in order to apply the new due dates and so on. Which, because I mean, although actually the due date is not, I guess that's not my priority. It's not my priority. My priority must be to deploy the homework 1 grading stuff on the new production grader, I think.
So I mean, now we feel like we're good on staging. Now the idea is take it to production. Is that?
Yes, and see, once we've done, so I'm now, once we've done, and I am following this kind of like, if ever so slightly tenuous plan in my head, which is, I hope will make sense under. Oh no, don't do that. Oh no, that is what I want to do. Let me kick this off. Okay. Okay. Right. So we haven't done any of this other stuff. It seems like all of this other stuff can be done. We'll see if any of that works. And so, and then let me kick off. Oh, I've done bundle install, and bundle install has worked. And we could just do run this and see if that works. But that, okay, so that's about as much. Oh, really? CD HWLS?
Yeah.
Check solutions.sh.
Branch? What branch?
This is master. It's master. I mean, I guess in some ways I should sensibly be on full 2013, but I'm gonna. Yeah. I mean, I guess actually.
0 is a multiple of 4.
Yeah. Git checkout full 2013. So there we can do bundle exec spec RSpec. So the I wish all the MOOC students could see this behind the scenes. There's some people are so upset about me having asked them about me assigning or credit or us assigning credit for doing pair programming sessions. I've kind of said, look, it's all optional, really, and forgive me. What can you do?
They were because we didn't have a nice way to match them up, or
no? I think that basically some people feel that it's I mean, one, I kind of screwed up in that I added the I forgot to add it when I immediately released it, and so I added it like 20 hours later, and so some people saw it as kind of like, oh, okay. I mean, that was one screw up. The second one, I wasn't sure if this was going to be such a big deal, but some people are like, oh, we paid $50 for identified certificate, what have you, ID verified, and us uploading videos of us doing pair programming is an invasion of our privacy, so we should get a refund, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like.
Or don't do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, so I think what they particularly got people was that I was assigning like 10 points out of like 100 for the whole assignment, and they, like, by uploading the remote pair programming video, they would get 10 points, and so they're feeling like, no, that makes it mandatory, and so.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, I mean, I've added now a clause to there saying, like, look, if you really can't do pair programming, do solo programming on video. If you really can't use YouTube, use something else. If you really just don't want to upload any videos for privacy reasons, upload a link to a description of how you felt about the assignment. And I haven't had anybody flame me since I've done that, so hopefully it'll be nice to me now.
I thought people gave up on privacy. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think, I mean, in retrospect, given that people I think, okay, yeah, clearly we should have a section in the syllabus and we should have flagged it more. But yeah, like for you and I, we're just like broadcasting ourselves and spreading. I mean, it's like the idea that we should have any kind of, I record myself programming every day and broadcast that to the world. Like the idea that anyone could feel, anyway, but there you go. But then that's the thing. You discover when there's 20,000 people doing the course. Anyway.
Maybe they have stalkers, ex-husbands.
Well, I guess that's right. I mean, indeed. Ex-wives. Okay, so I'm trying to work out what's going on. The next, so this is, in principle, working. I guess the thing that we would need to make this really work is we would need to have the configuration set up and the autograded configuration that. So I guess I will do that over here. But yeah, the method that I'm hoping one may emerge from my madness, is what I'm doing is I'm getting set up with a separate grader on 1404, right? That is a kind of a clone of our existing working grader that we know to a degree works.
Right.
So I'm trying to reduce the number of changing things at any one time. So so having tested on staging, we know it works on staging. I get it onto master, we test it, make sure it works on master, and then we can start playing around with staging and see if staging works completely for the develop branch. So we could, in principle, I mean, I guess the challenge is sort of, yeah, we could start merging aspects of the develop branch into master once we have determined that they work. I mean, yeah.
It's tempting to just test them on all those people, though, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you know, that they will ultimately, because I mean, I think even with the most rigorous testing that we can do now, the problem is that I think we've just got so many changes, not enough tests. It's going to be, you know what I mean? It just has to be.
Well, one thing is a lot of the changes are tests, so there may not be actually that many changes to the graders themselves, or you know, the critical files like
I hope
configuration.
So. I guess my key fear, shall we say, is that that, you know, like the early homeworks are relatively straightforward graders, right?
Yeah.
But then we've got later on ones that are kind of what's the word? They're we've got later on ones that are you know, quite complex, as you know, well know, like the mutation graders and so on. And I guess my fear is that we, you know, if we go with the develop path, then we don't, like, if the problem, this is part of the problem of the homework repo being like all or nothing. Do you know what I mean? Like,
right.
we've got updates to you know, all sorts of things in there.
Oh,
and so if it worked, you know, we could go with the develop thing, and then, you know, homework 0 and homework 1 might pass, but then we get to some later homework and find, oh, it just doesn't work on the develop, and we then can't back out from. It's not easy to see how we would keep the earlier ones running that we're already relying on develop and so on, whatever, and then back out to a different homework. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I've started this conversation with Armando about saying I would like to have it all in separate repos, and then he's now happy with the idea of separate repos and some public things, but he still wants some of the specs to be private.
Right.
But his justification for it was a little bit strange. He was saying that the reason for having the private specs is so that people wouldn't be using the Autograder as a kind of a debugger.
Oh, but people do that all the time, right? They just run. Oh, didn't run. Try it again. Oh, didn't.
Right. It seems to me if all of the specs were available and visible, right, actually that would encourage people not to run the grader as a debugger. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, we would have to make sure the specs weren't, you know, easy enough to the point where you could just say at output equals 100 points. Yay!
Right. I mean, and I think that you already that you can't do that. I mean, I just think it's a, yeah. I mean, I'm hoping to convince him that we can just take it all completely public, because I'm not sure what the, you know, you can say, right, we hold back some harder specs to test the code more rigorously, but isn't the whole idea of this that people, you know, you only write your code to pass the specs in the minimal way possible, and if, you know, you need more specs to cover more corner cases, you should be writing those specs and those tests, shouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, that's what, you know, great coverage reporting tools.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, anyway, I mean, the debate's ongoing. He didn't reply to my follow-up email on that. So, let me grab, okay, so now I'm in here. So,
Gotta step away, I'll be right back.
okay, sure, no worries. Got 6 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly.
So now on here, I'm going to try and grab, this is going to be,
dude, we should stick them all over the wall somewhere.
so wait a sec, this is now the production grader. Oops. which I want to be this one. Oh my goodness. Like so. And then okay. Okay. So there, and then I can copy screen RC to like that, and then I guess here I can do just screen. I've completed the two config. I think that they're both going to work. And in principle now, I guess if I do screen -R here, yeah, that's live. So I now want to run, so this would be now the new production grader, which is going to this, there we go. Okay, so this looks like the same thing again. There were some outstanding things on this queue that, you know, now don't match that. So we're kind of like basically saying, oh, I don't know how to deal with those. I mean, sensibly, if it can't deal with them, it would like leave them on the queue. I don't know. I mean, I need to learn more about how the thing interacts with the queues. But so now that that's running, in principle, what we can do here is go into the test submission for homework 0 for production. I think we've made some good progress here, but goodness me. So now, same thing again. I need to update these. Oops, wrong thing. To be working against this queue. Okay. And this one. I mean, the interesting thing, I'm sort of almost finished teaching this Nando Tetris course, and the Nando Tetris course, all of the testing stuff is completely visible, right? None of it's held back. I mean, it's all kind of, you know, can be done offline. To be honest, I think, I mean, I guess what the autograders are really trying to provide is a level of security to say that the code this person, you know, if you can test it yourself locally, yeah, but even if you can, it just seems to me like, you know, the Coursera, when they first had their autograders, the test actually ran on the student's machine, and then it submitted the results, having run them on the student's machine. So you didn't need to have this whole cloud grader production. You know what I mean?
Nice.
And I tried proposing that to edX, and they were like, "Oh, you know, I don't imagine it's going to be too difficult running that on everybody's different machines and whatever." And I think that misses the point. We're giving them a VM. We're expecting everybody to be running on the same machine. It's anyway. But I mean, it's independently. This is a very interesting legacy code thing. Okay, so now we have a production grader running on Q2 there, too. And the guys have been having a big discussion. Okay. Ooh, did that all work? Ooh, yeah. At least those two did. Is anybody screaming at me? No, nobody scream at me. Ah! You know, if it's not the kids screaming at me, it's the students screaming at me. Okay. Or laughing at me. Yes, well, that's the other thing. I like to think they're laughing with me. But, okay, and here is sometimes, I think, hopefully, if I reload that page, when you come back, yes! Okay, so we're in business. So we have a production grader. So I guess, sensibly, what I would do now is probably stop.
Bye, Joseph. It's super late for him.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph.
It's like 2 a.m. there.
Yeah, good job staying with us. I hope it made some sense. But so what? So I mean, I've got this, you know, live broadcast coming up in like 25 minutes. So I think I sensibly will kind of disengage now. We've got a running.
Should we try HW3 or?
Well, I think like I'm just thinking about what the most sensible course of action would be. So you've got access to the staging grader,
Yep.
right? Which I think is this one I've got on P1.
Yeah, that hasn't changed. Yep.
And if I control AD here, so like in principle, what you could have I given you access to this course, the main thing?
I do not know.
Who have we got in here? Oh yeah, you're in here.
Okay.
You're in here. Right. So what you could do, if you felt so inclined, is you could come in here, and you see in this development section, in the staging sections of these, right? Don't worry about homework 1.5 at the moment, because that's not till we're not going to release that until 169.2.
Right.
Did that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah. But so if you could come in here and edit each of these pages so that the staging grader points to our correct staging thing.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll paste the link here in there. And if you could see if the staging grader will do homeworks 2, 3, and 4,
Okay.
that would be extraordinarily helpful.
That's great.
Does that sound like something you can do?
Yeah, I mean, I just need to make sure I know where that information.
Yeah, well, if you scroll down in the course outline there, I think I can see your screen. So scroll down to the bottom. You're on studio.edge.edx. Go to studio.edx.org. You could click on the link that I posted into the chat.
I thought I'd done that, but maybe I could have already had this page up too, so maybe.
Right. Yeah, try again there.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, so if you scroll down to the very bottom of there. Yeah, so if you look in, yeah, so for example, I mean, test submission homework 1 would be the next one rather than homework 2.
Okay.
But
we'll do that first, right?
Yeah, I mean, no, homework 1 is the one, I mean, that's what I would be doing. So homework 1, and what I would do there is I would control click or command click on test submission homework 1 to get those 4 things open in 4 separate tabs. But anyway, I mean, you can do them individually if you want to. I just, once you kind of go in there, it's like takes time to get it. Anyway, but so you understand about how it's in draft mode, and you'll make a change and you have to replace it with a draft in order to actually see it in the live interface. Also note that you can't, although it presents the checkbox or whatever from here within the studio, you can't actually. It will fail if you try and submit it from there. But so yeah, if you clicked edit there on that page. Yeah, that's right. If you scroll down to the very bottom of there.
Oh, okay, it's off screen, so yeah.
Then you should see at the bottom it's going to have like the rev development
name, and
so you'd want to replace that with this Berkeley CS1692. In principle, are you actually, out of interest? Are you logged into the staging grader somewhere in like a shell?
Yep. Let's see. That would be go over here. I think this is staging.
Yeah. So you could type screen -R there. Right. So you're okay. So then that's the. Actually, I've forgotten now.
Maybe this is not staging, is it?
Oh no, that is staging. I guess I've got it wrong actually. It's confusing, isn't it? The P1 is staging. The P2 is production.
Okay.
It's maybe I should do it the other way around. But so that is the staging grader.
Is what I'm going to end up going for.
Yeah. So so the interesting thing is we can both be logged into the same screen. Although it's attached. So I think we can't both be, unless we set up for support multi users. We can't both be in the same time. So do log your. So to get out of screen, you do Control A D. But anyway, so you've got that bit in there. I think no, P2 is production. You want to do that from P1.
Okay, because it says staging up on the top. Is that why?
Yeah. I mean, and you have access to the staging box. So the one that you're seeing is the staging thing. You don't have access to the production one at the moment. I think just for you starting off there, rather than rushing to give you access to production, I think. So then you would replace it with this draft, which is at the top. There you go. And then the view live button is there, and so if you could I would often control click that, but up to you. I guess it's now got View Unit Studio to allow you to get back for it. Doesn't matter. No, see, it's not released that to the students. So the problem with having done that is you want to stay in staff view because this stuff never gets released to the students. So the problem is you would now have to kind of like edit the URL there to go back to courseware, like delete all of the thing up to courseware there, right? And then it will take you back into a thing. And now click student view again, and then staff view, and you can click back down at the bottom, development, at the very bottom on the right, left-hand side, and then you can go into your test submission homework 1 thing. But so you just generally stay in student in staff view.
Staff.
So there, if you scroll down to the bottom of that page, you could click choose files, and I don't know, you've got access to the homework repository. So if you went into the homework repository and grabbed the solution for Ruby Calisthenics,
okay,
which is it's the third from the bottom there, and solutions and lib, and I forgot which one this is. This is fun with strings, I think. Fun with strings.
Fun with strings. Okay.
I think, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I mean, even if it's the failing one. Yeah, I think it is fun with strings. Yeah. So then click check. So in principle, so that's but so yeah, I mean, if you could go through homeworks 1, 2, 3, and 4 and check that they all work against the staging grader,
Will do.
that would be handy. I mean, that gives us a great baseline to say, at least in principle, they will work.
Yeah.
And then that rules out, if we then encounter problems with the thing, it rules out some strange interaction between 1404 and, like, you know, we know that we always want to get a baseline anyway. Oh yes, that's beautiful. Now I guess in some ways, arguably, we should go all the way through to checking the whole stuff, the whole sequence for 169.2. But I think that's going to require another level or whatever. Yeah, if you can do all the staging ones for homeworks 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are the next sets we're going to release, then that's going to be a great start. And yeah, I would hold off doing any funny things with the develop branch or other branches on the staging grader until we've taken kind of a measure of will everything work on Ubuntu 14.04, and once we've confirmed that, and I think we should probably do it for 169.2 homeworks as well. Once we've confirmed that, the tricky thing here is to note that as I don't know if maybe you know already or what have you, but so we've got this process whereby if you see like on line 66 of the Ubuntu install, like we have, I think in order to get that to work, and actually feel free to just, if you do homeworks 1 and 2 there, and don't worry if you can't for 3 and 4, because I think what has to happen for homework 3, as well as various other things, is that we have to have bundle exec sport cucumber running in another screen session. Right, another screen tab. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, really? Okay. I thought that was just a relic from previous era, but
I mean, you know, interesting. You could certainly try it without running that, and if it all worked, then we would know that we wouldn't need that. But if I do, can you see my screen here? Where I've got this is the production grader for the full 2013.
Right.
If I now do Control A1 here, this is running bundle exec sport cucumber, whatever here. The idea of this is that it keeps cucumber running in the background in order to try and, when the people are doing their homework 3 and homework, I don't know if it's even homework 4 as well, doing those grading things, cucumber and Rails or whatever is not restarted each time. It's a performance thing.
That's great.
I don't know if it's actually necessary, to be honest. It's another layer of complexity, but it was sort of getting, that was the big success from last fall, was getting all of this working on one box and all of the homeworks gradable on one box. But
that's nice.
Yeah, so yeah, see how you go there. I mean, I've got to go off and do this other session now, but great work getting to the bottom of that thing, and yeah, your ongoing help, very much appreciated.
Thanks for the rundown, and great video.
All right, good stuff. I'll catch you later, Paul. Thanks so much. Bye for now.